Alright. New day, same nonsense. So, I have these from yesterday that I don't think are actually going to be of much use, because I think after mulling it over yesterday, I'm probably going to sculpt on top of this anyway, because it's going to look better if I do. And I kind of am just leaning toward that. So these can have their use, but also not a whole bunch, I guess. But even so. Yeah, that's fine. Regardless, I can't do anything with them currently, so I'm going to move them out the way. And out the way is relative. So I try and keep them in their trios as well. So that is one of the trios. And then move these also. Let's put them here. Right. So, what I want to try and do this morning is I want to get my current armor set onto the more accurate body. But also, it occurs to me that when it comes to molding and casting stuff, I kinda sorta wanna be able to do that vaguely flat. So having it on a stick is not particularly helpful. So I'm thinking maybe I just, like, try and take it off of the stick. I'm thinking. And then is that gonna dick about with too much? Maybe. What about if I try and stabilize the stick with more string? What? There are nails out here. I can do that. Right, hang on. Let me try and do that. Let me see if I can spin this so that there's at least some idea of what I'm doing. Yes, okay. And it becomes a question of where do I move everything? Ugh, the sun is heating up this garage door. It's like, it's obscenely cold outside, but you would not know. Please focus. Hello. Hello. Notice me. You, please. Why? For what reason? For what reason? I give up. Hello? Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, that is unreasonably warm. I just want to move this to be in frame, that's all. That's all I want. Okay. Yeah, I can probably tether this. Do I care that much? I mean, I'm gonna care when I start sculpting stuff, I suppose. But being near that door is really upsetting me. I can open this. Where is my stick? I don't think it was this stick. Was it this stick? It was this stick. This is the stick from last spring, summer that I use to prop the garage door open. But I need to have the space to do so. Should be able to do it from there. We'll see. See how lucky I get. Because this is way too warm. Right. That's not gonna work. This is the setup that I have to put up with. Just to clarify, like, there are so many annoying things that I am doomed to contend with. Right. At least now I can get some air coming in. And I ought to die a little less. It is just because the sun is right there and the door is almost black. So it gets really hot, and then it makes it really hot in here, and then I want to die. But it's fine. That's more or less dealt with. No, I don't need to use bungees. It's a fun idea, but I don't need to. I can just use string. Hey, would you look at that? Tons of stuff in here. Okay. Right. Let's use some of this. Because there are nails that I can push into this wooden hole. Because the issue I've got at the minute is that the whole thing wobbles about. And that is a big no. So, if I can be vaguely sensible about this, that is the ideal. Should be able to feed this through here. My thinking being, if I can wrap this around up here, I can then this is just not long enough. So here, I'll commit to it not being long enough. And just tie this off up here. Right. Right, fine. Right. Because what I need to do is try and stabilize this. Please. This will be easier. Yeah. I just need to stabilize this whole thing, that's all. My thinking being, if I can basically feed this down under the pot that it's in. Like that. This is so not gonna go well. It's fine. Not fine. It's fine. And then try and do the same along here. Can I tie this off here, maybe? Or I try and take this in other places? Maybe. Because what I want to do is take this down under here as well. So, let's say I do this. And that. And just spend this whole time pretending that this is a good idea. I think this is going to be quicker than trying to fill the base with more stuff. No. That's the theory, at least. In fairness, it appears to be slightly better than it once was. So if I just do this a few times over, then potentially this could be another Arspal. Keep forgetting to take pictures again as I'm going. I need to stop forgetting. Okay. Not a bad initial go of things. Not that you guys can see anything. Hang on. Let me see. I can be a little bit more helpful here. There. Okay. Now you can see what I'm doing. Kind of. Let me move it down even lower. Wires permitting. Which currently they are not. Right. There you go. Now you can see what I'm doing. I am attempting to stabilize this. That is all this is. There's more rope in here. I don't know where all of this actually came from, but there are a lot of random lengths of this just kicking about. I feel like everyone's got this rope. It's either like pinky red or blue. It's just like the weird plasticky rope that isn't like rope. It's just threads of plastic. It's the stuff that like you tie kids' swings up with. I don't know, maybe that was just a my childhood thing. No, it definitely isn't. Right, if you've ever been... Alright. I don't know whether this is a universal thing, but I know where I am, this is definitely a thing. But like, if you take a drive out to go to a big ol' area of woodland, right? And you wind up finding either a river or a reasonably hefty body of water. There will always be a rope swing, like a big old stick, essentially, with a hole sort of just kind of bored into it. And it'll have, like, either, again, this, like, pinky red plastic rope or the blue plastic rope, just rammed in this hole and then up and then swung over a tree branch. Every time, without fail, there will be one of those crummy rope swings over a body of water. And I don't know whether that's a thing in, like, other parts of the country or in other countries full stop, but, like, that's definitely a thing where I am. Like, especially come spring, summer, there will be a rope swing. Just out in the wild. And they're great fun. And you always just kind of trust it. Especially if you're out with mates and you find it. It's just everyone immediately runs for this thing. And you are just willing to sacrifice your well-being to test whether this is a thing that works. Like, you don't even really question it, you just kind of go for it. Kind of makes me want to go build one now. I was never the person that actually set up the rope swing. No, I was always the one that just found it. I'd be the one that found it and one of the first ones, like, yep, I'm testing this. And not just like as a kid either. Like as a fully grown adult, yes, I am testing the rope swing. You try and stop me. You're welcome to try. You will not succeed. What's the best strat for this? Maybe through these? Yeah, that seems alright. Okay. It's getting easier to lift this thing and have it stay... kind of stay put. So I'm going to assume this is working. To be honest. As was opening the garage door to prevent my demise. That is working, and I'm very grateful for that working. So that's what ends up scuppering me later on in the day. Just getting too ruddy warm. Now, I can probably feed this through something, right? I want that to go through there, yes, but also I whack that through there. Unfortunately, I was one of those kids that, like, I never went to scouts. Like, but my dad used to, he was mates with one of the scoutmasters, and he used to teach me and my brother how to tie knots and stuff, just because. I retained none of that information. so so I have nothing to help myself right now with how I'm gonna actually stabilize this. This is throwing stuff at the wall and waiting for things to stick. In my defense, it doesn't seem to be going horribly. Like, it's not good, it's not pretty, but it appears to be vaguely functional. Aren't we all? Can't we all relate to that at least a little bit? Okay. In fairness, this is a lot better than it was. Where does this come through? Yeah. And where do I want to poke it through next? Up here, I think. I think that's how this goes. Okay. That is a lot better than it was. To a surprising extent. I'm going to take one through here, because this looks kind of sketch. And then, what do I want to do with this? Probably up under here, right? Yeah. That seems reasonable. And then through one of these, probably. Yeah, that seems nice. You know what I miss, right? And again, I may be betraying myself here because I have no idea whether these are unique experiences. But from what I've learned in recent years, there's no such thing as a unique experience. Anything you think was exclusive to you is so not, and it's actually terrifying the extent to which that is the case. But, tangent, I really miss Like, so where I used to live, um, back when I lived with my parents and my brother, we lived in a bungalow with a pretty substantial garden and like a little patch of woodland at the back, which was awesome, okay? And I really miss going into that woodland patch with my friends and just making shit, like bushcraft shit. Terrible, okay? Like, really, really not good stuff. Like, we were by no means like aficionados at any of this, but I miss just going back out into the garden. Like, I wanna, I wanna make a really crummy shelter today, or I wanna go and make a bow today. We made a lot of bows. Some of them were actually semi-functional, which was impressive. But I just I, I just miss like I suppose the childlike wonder and the whimsy of just wandering out into the woods and making stuff, you know? Simpler times, really. Simpler times. Right. This is so terrible. But I don't think I'm going to need the nails, which is a plus. I'm thinking if I feed something through all of these and then bring them up, that might be enough to stop this from shitting itself and dying, which would be awesome. I just have to make sure that this is in a decent enough position that it's at least vaguely straight. That seems okay. Right. Yeah, I shouldn't need the nails, but it's good to have them, so who cares? Should just be able to make this up. So if I tie this off somewhere to start, go for in here. This seems fairly inconsequential. If I tie this off in here, see, now I'm just reminiscing about all of the shenanigans that were enjoyed in that little patch of woodland. Like, okay, so my brother used to have a real thing for Nerf guns. Um, back when back when I was in my sort of mid-ish teens, so he would have been what, preteen-ish. Yeah, I reckon he would have been sort of 13 tops, right? And he had a massive thing for Nerf guns. So when his birthday rolled around, he invited a load of his friends, and it was him and a load of these sort of preteen kids running around in the back garden with Nerf guns. And because we had the woods, it was like infinitely more awesome. Just running through the woods with these Nerf guns. Now, and I get this from my nan, it wasn't my birthday, they weren't my friends, but I was not one to be outdone. So, I I took advantage of the woods and I positioned myself up in one of the trees And when I say up in the trees, like they weren't crazy tall trees, you know. They were considerably taller than any of us, but they weren't like obscenely high up. Like they were maybe what, sort of triple my height then, and if I was sort of 5'7", they weren't that bad. Is what I'm not that cool. Is what I'm trying to get at here. But anyway, I I positioned myself up this tree and was dressed all in camouflage and had brought up a little. It was like a little sort of wire basket, almost looked shaped kind of like a Chinese lantern, but was just wire. And I had this basket full of ammunition, and I was up this tree for ages because I had to sneak up before anyone knew what was going on. And I just stayed up in this tree, completely quiet the whole time, with a basket of ammo in camo, and there was this one crook in one of the branches, like a V shape, and I had a Nerf rifle just nestled in the crook of this this branch, and I waited, and I waited, and I had that rifle set up, and I had a pistol, and when these these literal children started running through the woods with their respective Nerf guns, I I flicked the rapid fire on this rifle, and I gave them hell. They panicked. It was, it was, it was amazing. Oh, those were some of the best times. I enjoyed nothing quite as much as getting one up on my brother and scaring the living daylights out of a bunch of children. It was brilliant. And if he was 13, I'd have been what? 17? I reckon I was probably about 16. So he probably would have been 12. Actually, no, it might have been his 13th birthday because he's a couple of months before mine. So, yeah. Point is, scared a bunch of kids by being way better than they were with Nerf guns. They didn't know what hit them or from where. It was brilliant. I think things like that are super important. And at the risk of getting all boomer with it, I think from what I have observed, having family members who are currently in their early to mid teens, I feel like that's probably missing from a lot of modern childhoods now. Just doing stupid shit, you know? Wholly inconsequential, stupid shit, and just being outdoors and messing around, and it's exploratory, realistically. Like you're kind of exploring the world through nonsense, and I don't know. If nothing else, I think it gives you really good memories. I know for me, it was. I'm not going to say it was formative necessarily, but as far as how much those kind of memories meant to me, a lot, an awful lot. And they will always mean a lot. So, you know, I do think it's important. So, you know, if you've got kids or young family members, take them out in the woods. Go climb trees. Go shoot foam bullets at each other. Go build shelters. Try and make bows. Fail. Hurt yourselves. It's all good. And it's all fun. You know? It's one of those things I know that I'm not gonna be able to talk young family members into doing because they've got their own interests. And it's, again, at risk of sounding like a total boomer, it's all social media. And it's, in my opinion, it's just hideously unhealthy. So, you know, that's my stance. What can I say? I'm sure it comes across pretty cringe, but that's the way I feel about it. Go outside, eat dirt, have fun while you can, you know? These things don't last forever, so just enjoy it. God, this cable is going to be the death of me. It is determined to spin my webcam. It's gonna drive me a little bit nuts. Oh, please stop. Please, 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 pretty please. Just let me do the thing. Right. Now down. Okay. Okay, you can kind of see what I'm doing with this. Alright. So, at this point, I would like to get my armor set actually on here and see how it all holds up. So, I need to be vaguely careful about all this. Really. So I'm gonna take all the tape off of the little pattern pieces, because the beauty of deciding to cover literally everything in clay means I can trace all of this with what is essentially a dentist's tool, and it will leave marks in the clay without me having to do anything particularly damaging to the patterns, because I'm happy with the patterns. The patterns are cool, and I want to preserve them as best I can, but I also can't really be bothered to draw out extra versions if I don't need to. So, yeah, if I can avoid extra work at this point, that would be very cool. Alright. That's that one, that's that one. That is the side, that is the under. Just so I've got a rough idea of where everything's meant to go. Spin this sucker. Very gingerly removing all the masking tape that's pinning all of this on. But I did it all loosely and sparingly for a reason. So, right. That one. Undo that. This one. And then I think I was talking about making the snake thinner. Make sure there's definitely clearance. It's probably going to wind up being a thing, to be honest. It's fine. Okay. Right, so that's the very underneath piece, which is fine, good. That's the other thing, is I then have to remember how everything is assembled on the other side of things. There's a lot of tape on here. This is going to be interesting. That's fine. Shouldn't be a big deal, to be honest. These back bits will be the last bits to go on anyway. So they can just vibe for a second, really. Let's whack that on there. Okay, that's all of the patterns off. Then, ooh, I know that's the underneath piece. So, I know that these are the strappies. Take this off. I'm debating whether I chop the strappies up, but I quite like how they look. So I think I'll leave it. But then, this is the things I have to think about. Once they're all solid, I have to consider where things have breaks in them, basically. Okay. Right, that's that. Then this back piece. Now, I believe I slid this down. Yeah, I would have. Okay. That frees up Boris. Then, I have to see how to fit all of this together. So, this is where it gets interesting. Because I can fit... Where did you go? You're here. Fit this bit in under here, which is fine. What on earth is... Ah, it'll be from this side. Yeah, okay. Right. That's fine. Fine, I understand. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be one of those slide it up things. Right. Right. Just about managed to get away with that, I reckon. So, that goes up under here. Do I attempt to pin this at the very back? Maybe. Gotta make sure everything sits where it ought without bapping my mic in the process. That comes right up under your pits. So, I think it's going to be easier if I do this looking at it from the back. So what I'm going to do is make sure these are taped together at the back first. Because I think that's going to make my life slightly easier. Looking at that, it's about there. Which looks about right here, in fairness. This is the point at which I need to be careful. Really. Right. More tape. Keep thinking it's going to fall over. Keeps looking like it's trying. Keep clenching the pot that it stood in and expecting that to help. Of course it doesn't. It's the stick that's moving. And this is what I thought would be a problem. Need a bigger bit of tape anyway. Bugger. Right. Use a bigger bit. This was always going to be the annoying bit. Oh well. Right. Now you listen here. If I tape you here, even temporarily, it'll be better than not. Appears relatively even. I can only hope that is true. But for now, I'm going to operate under the assumption that it is. You're not going to stick, are you? Nope, of course you're not. Cool. I can do this with one hand, I'm sure. Well, on the plus side, I now have the reel. I just happen to have spilled every single reel of tape I own on the floor. Don't see why that would be a problem. And this one sucks, so let's get a new one. This is going to matter. So I'm sculpting on top of this, which is absurd. It's fine. Definitely fine. What could possibly go wrong with starting from an unstable foundation? I don't see that being a problem. And this has already come undone, epic. That's my favorite. You dick. Stop. Behave, damn it. Okay. Keeps that on there. This has slid all the way up. For no reason. Why? Why is that slid all the way up? Stop going to punch this thing. Oh my god. Do you want to be any more annoying? You dick. Also getting really hot, which won't be helping. Okay. Jacket's coming off. Because I'm hot. I'm pissed. Right. You, tool. Do what I tell you to. I do not care how much tape I use at this point. Stay where I want you to be. As for you, why are you sitting the way that you are? Unpin you, because I don't believe this is any kind of vaguely accurate. I want this to be higher up. I'm going to undo this one. Get that up. Of course, why would you not stick like that? That's my favorite thing. I love it when you do that. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. The rage will be quelled once I have this in the position I actually want it to be in. That seems okay. This needs to come down. I unpinned you. Why are you back? Stop. Right. Do I do this in one piece or do I do these separate? In fairness, I'll probably do these separate. So what I can do is unpin those from there. Because here's the difficulty I've got, right? I need to make sure these are positioned correctly. But then I'm going to have to mold each piece individually, which means I'm going to have to sculpt every piece separately. And then hope that they just happen to match up. Ah, fine. Definitely fine. My God. Okay. Right. I need to know where this bit sits as well. That's assuming that I even have this on in the right position to begin with. Might not. Of course, my shins hurt. Why wouldn't my shins hurt? I'm only crouching. Why does that matter? Legs? Why are you beefing with me over that? What is the deal? Oh. Right. Yes, but also that then isn't sitting where... Oh, my legs! No, can't do that. Ow, ow, ow. Why? 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 For what reason? What is the charge? Enjoying a meal? Succulent Chinese meal? That has everything at different heights. I need to be careful. Do I need to do those separately? Probably, because that's the bit that's going to matter, but also the snake, so no. It's not it. I'm going to do them all as one piece, because if I don't, I'm not going to be able to line anything up properly. So I'm just going to say screw it. We are going to ball. Don't move away from me. That. Oh. Right. That one can stay there. Legs. Do I move this up here? Maybe. Kneeling down is shooting my shins to shit for no reason. I don't understand why that would be a problem, but it is. So, okay. Whatever, I guess. Be like that. Right, well now it's too tall and I can't reach anything. Ugh. Alright. Fine. Fine. I'm going to sit. Sod it. I'm going to sit and I'm going to just remain seated and what happens, happens. I don't care anymore. Yeah, I think doing this as one piece is going to have it turn out better. I should probably bring my phone down here with me so I can read chat from here. Alright, fine. Okay. Yeah, I need to pin this in here. On the plus side, that seems to be vaguely even. He says as he cocks it. Ah! Right. Fine. Fine. This was always going to be the part that annoyed me the most. That was always going to be the case. Because this is the part that matters. Which means it's the part I'm going to be the most picky over. See, that's then fine. That's decent. I'll have to align the other bits after the fact. Stop running away from me, tool. Right. That and that then kind of sort of lines up-ish. Which is fine. So they can stay where they are. So if I just secure those where they lay, and then muck about with the top layer after the fact. That seems sensible, yeah. Okay. That there. And this one seems fairly even. I'll just have to sculpt around it. I suppose that's something else I need to keep reminding myself, is that I am sculpting on this, so I can change things. That is within my power. This is purely so I know what I'm working from. Legs! Right, you. Actually, I should have pinned the other one first. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Whatever. I cease caring. Off. I still kind of want to sculpt these separately so that everything slides. That was always the plan. You stay there. You make your bloody mind up. Whether I get the right angle, that's all. I was to assume that, would that be okay? It's hard to know, and I can't feel my legs. I have circulatory issues. So, my legs are always the first things to perish. My arms if they're held up high, but most of the time, it'll be my legs. See, that to me doesn't look super central. But also, I don't think it's going to matter. To be honest. I don't think it is. So, to that end, as long as they meet evenly at the back, pretty whatever. Now, the problem I'm going to have with this is sculpting on this while it's spinning is going to drive me up the wall. So, something about drastic times and drastic measures. I think. I say sod it. It's not working. It's hacking me off. Right. At least now I can kind of see what I'm doing with my... That look even to me? Maybe eventually. I just, quickly... do I say that? It's definitely TOS, maybe I don't say that. You know what? You can guess, okay? Judging by what I'm currently doing, you can guess what I was about to say. And why I changed my mind. Wait. Right. Better. Can I put any... is there something... I'm gonna need that, though. Out of interest. Will that fit in there? Yes, but it's whether it actually helps or not. If I hold it, then yeah, but also big if. It's not bad. Not a bad strat. Alright, hang on. Let me try and angle this to be slightly more helpful. Okay. Same with this. Oh, has that just frozen? Sure has. Awesome. Okay, that's probably been frozen for ages. Fine. It's not like it's particularly consequential. Oh, what is wrong with you? Where this one? Yes. I don't know why it keeps doing this, but it does. Nope, it's just shitting itself and dying, so I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in again. That's all I've been doing with it this whole time. Like, changing the USB port doesn't help. It still shits itself and dies. So, whatever. Fine. Oh, hey, would you look at that? The thing here now. Isn't that nice? I'm gonna have to move the cam back, though. God, there's so much mess. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? You know what, I'm not keeping all these bits of tape. I thought they'd be useful, but they're not. They're not sticky enough to be helpful at this point, so... Existing in chaos is just upsetting, and I blame the heat from the door. I'm always a million times more chaotic and irate when I'm hot. Frankly, I think it's unfair given the outside temperature. So, not happy. Hey, better. So, what am I doing? I'm deciding whether I'm doing these... Oh yeah, I remember. I thought that was going to be helpful, but I was incorrect. I had it on like a paint tin or something. There's not enough room in here for a paint tin. Unless... I also busted the nozzle. Alright, cool. I did that. Still don't think there's enough room for a paint tin, though. I basically just need this to be sat on something so that I can, you know, not be having to hold it this entire time. I don't know what's going to fit in here. Yes, but then what? That's the thing. Not going to hold its balance. Okay, well, I can do it if I'm holding it, I suppose. Unless... Alright, hang on, let me find more things. I have an idea. Are there any smaller ones of these? Does it really matter that much? What about this? Will that be enough? Right. That was sat on there. I might be in with half a chance. Right, bear with me. Do this, or... I'll do this because I want to get this out eventually. I just hope that this is vaguely functional. I think it'll be better than not doing it. Also, I'm dubious about it. I also need to make sure it still fits in the thing, so I kind of have to have it conform to this. And apparently I cut myself at some point. It's whatever. I don't care. I really don't care. Alright. Hold. The makeshift, definitely nothing nefarious. Yes, alright. I'm a genius. Yes! Get in. Okay. Oof. That's gonna help. That's gonna help a whole lot. Screw that stick. Friendship ended with stick. All about mac wax, tin, and piece of wood. They're my real friends. Speaking of friends, I summoned the boys and one girl to play Minecraft later, so I'm kind of like, I can actually get something done today first, though, really. But also, it's a weekend, and I don't get to see, well, I say see, talk to my friends, particularly during the week when I'm off. So, fuzzy finger, literally. Do I go get a plaster, or do I just wrap it in tissue like I usually do? Here's a little hack when you can't be bothered to go and deal with an injury. A little bit of kitchen roll and sellotape. Voila! I am a medic now. Right. Now I can actually see what I'm doing, which is really, really helpful. And looking at this, it doesn't look even. This side looks better than this side. So, I'm going to drop that down a bit. That looks better. But also, it needs to come back. So, what? Like, there? Sure. Let's undo these for a minute. Just while I decide where I want this. Because if that is the middle, actually that would be helpful. Why did I put all of my tape back? I'll need one. Right. Let me just get a rough center line going. It's fine. It's fine. It's because it's hot. Because it's hot. And it makes me really, really angry. That is an approximate center line. Yes. That is an approximate center line. Fine. Be friends with the floor, see if I can. Okay. Knowing that, I'm also going to try and get a rough line for where the kind of under chest is at. Looking at this, sort of there. That is roughly where that is at. Now, hopefully, that will help me to plot where this goes. Hopefully. Bearish. Further back, more like that. 4. So that goes there. Like that. Roughly. How much do I care about making this super even? Realistically, the answer is more than I ought. Let's come down slightly. Only slightly. Still more. That is then more even with this, allegedly. Looks pretty okay. Problem I have with that. Oh no, it should be about right. Then see, that seems wildly uneven. What extent do I care? To what extent does it matter, even? Let me take this in up here. Like it needs to be. Yeah, I think I'm right. And actually, it needs to be more. I think hanging it lower is going to do me more favors. God, it's hard to see what I'm doing with this. Do I have like a box or something I can stand this on so I'm suffering slightly less? I cannot see for the life of me. Yeah. You're a box. Oh, you'll be fine. Better. I can see a little more. Still not as much as I'd like to be able to see, but there you go. See, now that's too tight. That's the issue. And now I've got to spin the entire box. Idiot. God, this is wildly frustrating. Am I supposed to be able to tell whether it ends up even or not? I don't know that I am. Such a small piece. Why am I sweating to this extent over it? Can't really explain why. It's realistically pretty inconsequential. My concern with doing these separately... But then they were wider on Boris because he's bigger than I am. So actually, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I should be trying to conform it to this rather than to him. Maybe that's where I've been going wrong. Stop! God, this is irritating. Right. Bring that down. That up. That up. Okay. Everything's fine. I'm just not okay. Because the sun is awful. And actively wants me dead. Right. Scissors. Where? Why? For what reason? What do I do about the sun? What can I do about the sun? I can't do anything about the sun. So I just have to be hot. It's fine. Everything's fine. This is why I do everything so early in the morning. So I don't have to die. Right, I need this to sit lower. It needs to sit lower. The whole point of this piece is that it needs to sit down low. I think I've been trying to take it up too high, and it shouldn't be up high. That's not a thing that should be happening. It needs to be lower, because this is the lowest piece. Right. You can go as well. Doesn't physically want to. This side is like, yeah, sure, fine, cool. It's pinned, right? Yeah, it's because it's pinned. Okay. Okay, that's fine. About there. I can kind of join those bits anyway. Not that I want to, but I can. Alright. Fine. I think I can work with that. That is then pinned on essentially onto me. For all intents and purposes. How even is that at the front? Yeah, that to me seems too far back. further forward. Sculpting on top of it anyway. Should I even be deep in it to this extent? Probably not. But I think that's okay. I gotta remember. Got a plan. That goes there. I think what I do here is in whatever I can. That there. And then sod it. Because there needs to be a gap at the back anyway. Need to draw a center back line. That is an approximate center back line. Seems pretty okay. That could certainly be worse. Ain't terrible. So we're gonna roll with it. Gonna roll with that. That can then go on there. Should then be able to see a little more clearly where this goes. Right. Better. Better, closer, warmer, yada yada yada. Right. Seems pretty even at the sides. Oops. And oops. That appears fairly even. Now, technically, I should deal with these first. Ugh. Fair enough. Right. Again. Right. Fine. Everything's fine. It's hard to explain if you don't have the same issue. I have hypersensitivity problems. And when I am hot, I am very hot. And it completely distorts my entire worldview. And I will react with white hot, unbridled rage to situations that don't require it. So You're probably going to have to bear with me for a while I work through that. Because it's kind of sort of outside of my control for a while. Until the sun decides to stop screwing me over, at the very least. Right. So now, what I'm thinking is I probably need to cling wrap this. Do I have any bits on here that are long enough? I feel like I probably don't. From my mask that I made. I've got headphones on, there's no point trying to put this on. Ah, yes. It's also going to have eyes cut into it, which is probably unhelpful. I had not considered that. All I'm really looking to do is... might be able to get this to work. All I'm looking to do now is cover this in such a fashion that I can bridge some gaps. Because taping it is going to take a long time and also not be super helpful, to be honest. Let's say I did it from here. And I start up here somewhere. Okay. I need to do them in separate bits, really. If I were to start at the front, be more like that. I do have to keep reminding myself that I'm sculpting on top of this, so who cares? But at the same time, I cares. I cares a lot. If I do that, I can at least sculpt around it. Fill in the gaps. Yeah. Okay. And that needs to come in then. Like that. Because I still think casting these one at a time is going to be the most sensible way of playing it. You know? Just means sculpting everything one at a time as well, which is going to be very interesting. Let me reel this in. I can tape it tight. That holds that in. In theory, I should be able to put a bunch of clay on top of that and have it be fine. In theory. I should be able to get another... Yeah, I can get another one out of this. Because I really don't want to have to do both lap pieces in a one-er. I want them to be separate. I want them to be able to slide over one another. It'll make moving in everything way easier. Okay. I think I'm feeling slightly better now that I have a kind of sort of plan with all this. So knowing my luck, I'll demold all the silicon stuff later and go, oh, actually, that would have been fine. Oh well. No, I wanted to sculpt it from the beginning. I just thought maybe there's a quicker way. No. Not if I want to do it properly. Then there really isn't. Maybe the sun is finally starting to move politely past direct line of sight of the garage doors. That might also be a factor. Don't do that. Don't do that. Same difference as last time. Do that. Okay. In theory, emphasis on theory, I should just be able to whack some clay on top of that and try really hard to maintain the same shapes. Before I do that, oil-based clays upset me. I hate the way they feel, and I hate the residue that they leave. So, I'm going to put a cloth down. I say cloth, a sheet of plastic. So I'm not dealing with that. Boris, is there somewhere else you can be for a minute? Because I'm gonna need to move this out the way whilst I muck around with that. Also move this back again. That's all important. Right, where is my brush? Because I can personally guarantee it doesn't mess up here. Now, there is a plastic sheet somewhere. Of course my hands are red. Why wouldn't they be red? Will definitely be here somewhere. Unless I put it in here. That would have been vaguely sensible. So of course it doesn't look like I did. Cool. Alright, fine. 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 Unless... Ah, damn it. Okay. Cool, be off balance. That's fine. I need you to not flip over. That's what I need. Let me move these. Ah, here's one I made earlier. This is an old mold that I never wound up putting a plaster jacket on. I will eventually get around to doing it. So me. This is the sheet, so that's something. It's just so I don't have to deal with getting oily clay residue everywhere. I can bring this further over. I can pin this under here, it's not it. Ah, good enough. Right. Now, how much clay do I even have? So I have not looked in a long time. I think it's in the drawer now. Is that gonna biff the camera? No, not yet. Sure it will. Eventually. Right, I've got a couple of new packs. Block of it there. That feels promising. I never like using new plasticine if I still have old chunks. Good God, there's too much stuff around here. Right. Yeah, got tons in here. Wicked. Right. Awesome. So. I need to heat this up. Oh. Would you look at that? The sun exists. There's an idea. because trying to mess around with cold plasticine just is not a thing that works. It isn't. So what I think I will do is take a bunch of these little tendrils that I have of old scraps from various, and I'm going to leave them to warm up. What do I warm you up in? Do I do that, or do I do... Still have black bin liner I can use. Basically, if it's black, it's going to absorb the heat. So, you know, that's the plan. I do have a slow cooker somewhere that I used for warming this stuff up in the past. I don't know where it is. If I have to find it, I have to find it, but if I can just not have to mess around with that, that is definitely preferable. So, you know, I can at least have a bunch that I just dump in here for now and hope for the best. I feel like it's going to take too long, but we'll see. Maybe I can get away with it if... Well, we'll see. We'll see how long this takes. This is an experiment. It might take too long, and then I can be an idiot for trying. But I'm definitely not going to be able to do anything with this in its current state. It's just going to be too brittle, and I'm going to want to cry. So I think if I leave this down here, is it going to be warm enough? See, the door is warm, but the actual air outside is not. So how do I use that to my advantage? Do I just hang little bags of it on the door? That's doable, but also I feel like it's not actually going to help a whole bunch. I think I'm just going to have to find the slow cooker. I think that's what all of this is going to culminate in, realistically. But I'll set this up as an experiment and see whether it works. In the summer, it absolutely works. But it's exclusively the garage door that is hot right now. Like, the ground outside is not hot. So, you know. Let me just do that. And I got a peg. So, we'll see how long this takes. Or is it warmest? That's cold. Along here. Alrighty then. I can feed this up through this gap, can't I? Nope. Why do I bother? Why do I bother? Let me just take that one here. I don't think that's going to do anything. I think I'm an idiot for trying to do this. Just be warm, damn it. If I'm warm, why can't you be? Right, where's the slow cooker? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, and I'm gonna cry. Please. No, sod it. Slow cooker, where? Wherefore art thou, slow cooker? Trying to warm it up by hand is going to take 1,000,001 years. There is no point. Right. Tumble dryer is not in use, so I can plug it in over here. That is fine. I will, however, need to go and get some tin foil that I can put in the bottom of this so I don't wreck the actual slow cooker. But bear with me, I'm going to run and grab some. Just grabbing tin foil, don't mind me. Okay. Right, tin foil acquired. Okay. It's so cold outside of this garage. So mad. Damn it. Just left here with no hoodie on and was deceived by the heat of the garage. And then, oh no, it's cold. Cool, thanks. Pretty epic. Okay. Tinfoil in place. Good. Now, slow cooker. I'm gonna put you on high because I do not care about my safety. And if it's not on cam, then, you know, it's fine. No one can say I'm a bad influence. Not really. Right. This was a dumb idea. In the summer it works. Not currently. Right. You go dump a bunch of this in the slow cooker. It's currently still cold. Which I would expect, in fairness. I expect this to take a while to get warm. So I'm just gonna use the time to break up little bits of plasticine and chuck them in here. Because they'll heat up quicker as little pieces, so, you know. In fairness, I think most of these are already in strips, because I use them to make, like, mold walls. So they're just kind of long sausages of clay. And then I'll get rid of any bits that actually have, like, chunks of silicone on them. And then keep the rest. So, yeah. Pretty sure these were from a King Crimson mask that I was looking to make. And then decided in the end I didn't need the mask. And I just went, like, Diavolo head, King Crimson body. Now being repurposed for the next ridiculous project. Basically, my aim with this is to roll out a big flat slab of clay that is reasonably even and treat it like icing a cake. Kind of lay it on top, press in the edges, and then just carve into it. And if I need to muck about with any other bits, great, fine, I'll do it. But I'm hoping I won't have to, realistically. Don't think I'll be that lucky, but I can hope. So I think I'm going to chuck a bunch of these in here. And then I'm going to set it back on low. And then I might go get a drink or something. Come back and see how I'm doing. I can smell that it's working. You know when things get hot, it's like the hot smell. So I can smell that it's functional. But yeah. Slow cooker, fine. It's the best way of warming this stuff up. Because there's no point in trying to do anything with it while it's solid. Like, it just breaks. It just breaks and is brittle, and you end up with a load of cracks and stuff, and it's just a pointless endeavor. You just waste a bunch of time. And my hands are too cold to kind of work with it and warm it up myself. You know. Great, I get the best of both worlds. I get to be hot for no reason, but also too cold to be useful. It's great. But I do think the sun is starting to move over the garage because I'm not as angry as I was earlier. So that's probably fine. Also, a big reason why I get stuff done early in the mornings before the sun comes up. But I had the gym this morning, so and now that the sun comes up earlier, ugh. Although that should get better when the clocks change tomorrow. It should mean that my mornings are darker again, which would be nice. Yeah, I'll have to wake up an hour earlier, and, you know, given that I'm currently getting up at 1 a.m., I'll be getting up at the midnight equivalent. Whatever, it's only slightly earlier, really. If I already get up at stupid times, what's a little additional stupid, really? You know? What does it actually matter? Don't think it does. Not really. Not in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I get the feeling this is going to take a long time to actually warm up. Oh well. I'll just leave it vibing for a bit. Not really going to matter a whole bunch, if I'm honest. I have to start molding and casting stuff in this order so that once I have managed to sculpt it and mold it all, I can demold it and then leave the foam in place underneath. Then when I put other stuff on top of that, it's got the right sort of gap that it needs to have. There's the right amount of clearance for everything, you know? It all sits where it should. So I have to start from like the lower level and work my way up. There'll be more internal clearance anyway because material thickness won't be as much of a thing by the time it's all like cast. Or it shouldn't be as much of a thing. So that'll be nice. But yeah, that's the rationale behind doing it in this particular order. I want to have all the pieces able to kind of slide over one another. I have to do everything separately, and it becomes a pain in the ass, but also means that I can move properly, so kind of worth it, really, in my opinion. Yeah, I could have just done the whole thing in foam and been done with it, but then I would get too warm. It's not really a thing. It was one of those, like, in the back of my mind, like, if time gets really tight and it ends up being what I have to do, then so be it, but I will absolutely perish, so I really don't want to do it that way. King Crimson was all foam armor, and I had to wear skin safe ice packs underneath the whole thing. Which, believe it or not, when your entire upper body is covered in these things, A, it's very stiff, B, very heavy. And the very significant C is that once they stop being cold, they are just insulating. So you have to change them out. And that meant carrying around a backpack full of ice packs all day, which I subjected my con mate to, and I do feel bad about. Because I couldn't carry anything with the shoulders and all the rest of it. So he just suffered for the entire day. And then we discovered the cloakroom existed. Like, the next time we went to MCM, and we were both just like, oh, ice packs. It was not fun. Not fun for either of us. So I'm keen to avoid having to deal with that this time. If I can help it. But I need to try and book a hotel that is very, very nearby. But I need to wait for October. I need to wait for the dates to come out as a definite. Then I can look at booking hotels. So I'm thinking I might splash out this time because it's the only MCM I'm gonna do this year. So I feel like I might be kind of sort of justified in going a little ham with it this time. You know, there's a temptation. I need to see how many of my friends are willing to chip in. We'll see. We'll see. Very much open to shenanigans. So, I'm debating whether I need to turn this down now. It's been on high for a little bit. And if you burn this stuff, it just ends up going solid, which is the opposite of helpful. Can I at least kind of rotate them a bit? If I sort of toss them all together. In fairness, they're not actually particularly warm yet. Right. I'll leave them like that for now. God, I hate the way that this kind of clay feels. It's just awful. It's a sensory thing. It's there are certain things that I just ugh ugh wildly unpleasant. Okay. Do I have something I can use to clean my hands off? Kinda. Will it do anything? No. Why did I think it would? No. Desperation, I guess. Should have been smart about this and put gloves on beforehand. I'm not smart. I'm definitely not smart. Fine. Sure, it's fine. I need to think about. I definitely saw a tube earlier. Thinking rolling pins for rolling out flat slabs. Oh, would you look at that? There are tubes just kicking about. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's got that in it, which is less helpful. There's a big metal tube down here that I can use. I don't know why it's here. So I choose to believe it's exclusively for my very specific purposes. And it's also quite dusty and dented, so maybe I won't use that. That works. Big old tube of cork. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll just use this as a rolling pin. Yeah, screw it. It'll be fine. Cool. Alright. Well, what's the dealio with the clay over here? Are you warm yet? No, it's definitely thinking about being warm. It's better than it was. Definitely better than it was. Okay. I wonder what the state of the silicone is. Oh, actually, feels pretty okay. Alright, you know what I might do then? While that's becoming warm, I might see if I can demold some of these suckers. I forget which is what, but I don't see that mattering particularly. Because these were just tests anyway, so whatever. So, let me try and move some stuff a bit closer. Ah. Okay. So, now, it's probably definitely too soon to do this, but also, it's of no consequence to me, so realistically, I'm unbothered. I can definitely take them out of the lids, and then I can put lids back onto things, which will be really helpful. So this was the lid for the beads. Epic. Then I can start kind of tidying stuff up a bit, which would be nice. Because I don't really enjoy existing in chaos. Realistically, it's not a thing that I find fun. Not in the long run. Another one. This is the one for the nails, which is here. Go back on. Good enough. Then this one. was for that. And these. Right. So, let's have a look. Okay, actually, not bad. This didn't go terribly. I thought it would be undercut to absolute oblivion, but oh, it is. Cool. Okay, that's fine. It's quite funny. Spoke too soon. Now, because there's no mold release on the back. Ooh, okay. Actually, it's kind of managed to not stick anyway. That's interesting. Ooh, cool. Okay, interesting effect. All the writing on it as well. That's funny. Cool. Yeah, it's got kind of like an interesting sort of bubbled effect on it, which is funky. It won't focus properly, but that is interesting. Okay. Fun. I will retain that information for all of 5 minutes. But it's retained nonetheless. Right. Keep the offcuts, because you never know. I can't think of an immediate use, but whatever. Nothing else, it's just very satisfying to cut through. So, you know. These are way more cured than I thought they would be, which is nice. Okay. Moment of truth. So this was the heat gun before. So this is the one that I thought was going to work the best, realistically. So I should have started in a different order, but oh well. Let's see. Let's see how well. Ooh. Oish. Okay, that is interesting. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Well, it's done the thing, but it is a mess. So it would be something that if I was going to do it this way, I'd have to neaten everything after the fact because it is just really messy. Okay. Yeah, so this is probably not the way to do things anyway, but the more you know. These are going to be important as evidence of testing things. Let me just check in on my little container of clay. Oh, that's way better. Yeah, way better. I mean, some of them are very melty at the very bottom, so I think I'm going to turn it down to low from here. Yeah, some of them are actually like liquid on the very bottom here. Oh no. Oh, I didn't want that on my hands. That is upsetting. Okay. Well, on the plus side, malleable. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I've flicked the slow cooker down to the lowest setting, and yeah, I have muck all over my fingers. But while I'm here and I've got all of these, I may as well demold the rest. So, you know, they come off the bin liners pretty easily, which is nice. But again, Undercut City. Knew it would be a thing though, so I'm not bothered. I accepted that this would be a reality because I put absolutely no time or care into making sure it didn't happen. It was purely to test things. So whatever. It's surprisingly strong. What's this? Heat gunning afterwards and more PVA. Yeet that over there. Then this one, again, I'm expecting to be a horrible mess. This one is better. Why is this one better? It might be better because I use a different tool. Definitely better. Okay, interesting. Maybe I just have to triple up on everything. But actually, this one's not bad. That's that. That's this one. Then let's have a look at this one. Again, undercut. Okay, no, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Alright. Fair play, fair play. Cut that off. Cut this off. Okay. And this was no heat gun. I'm expecting this to be horrendous. Oh yeah, that is nasty. Oish. Okay, yeah, that is the biggest yikes for sure. Okay, interesting. Interesting experiment. I now have these funky little slabs of silicone. Good for me. I know not what I shall do with these. But now they can live in the box of other molding bits and pieces. These are useful. And it can live over here for now, I suppose. Just out the way somewhere. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to BRB for a bit. I'm going to go clean what is currently on my hands off of my hands, come back, put some gloves on, and then deal with the main bulk of things and stuff. So let me whack the BRB on real quick, and bear with me. Okay, I'm back, and I managed to make exactly the same mistake as last time, and I went out without a hoodie. It was cold, so now I'm here. But that definitely means the sun is moving, because if I'm able to wear a hoodie in here and not perish, huge. So, gloves, because again, oil-based clay on your hands, ugh, just ugh. So, I need to order some more gloves, actually. Had these for years. Well, this box of gloves. A lot of this is actually melted, which is kind of funny. So I've turned the slow cooker off, just straight up off. And I'm going to stand over here and just mash a load of it together in my hands for a bit. I'll be back over in a second. I just, can't really bring the hot pot of stuff over all my equipment and to the bench. So, just gonna not do that, to be honest. Instead, I'm going to mash a load of little chunks together. Right. I'm going to leave the ball that I've mashed together back in the hot dish so it doesn't go hard, because that would then ruin everything I've tried to do. Okay. Gloves were a fantastic decision. This is infinitely easier to contend with. And that is a second ball of stuff that I will leave in the slow cooker for a minute. I'm not going to drop it in there because it will actually splash in some of the genuinely molten clay. Good God, that's hot. Why did I think that was a good idea? Right, it's fine. Well, and I can understand the premise. I need to contend with the consequences of my actions. As I say, with gloves on, it's actually not the worst. I can deal with it. Without gloves, I would not be okay here. Okay. That's another ball that I can leave in here for a second. Basically just taking all the tiny little bits and trying to mash them together into a few reasonably equally sized balls of stuff. Because the whole time they're in little bits, they'll heat up quicker, which is great for mixing them together, but they need to be mixed together. So I'm just going to do that and then leave them in the relative warm so that they don't go hard. There's a method to the madness, it just, takes a while. See, that works really well. And this is what I want, is I want to have loads of clay that is just fantastically malleable. Because if I can basically just paste this stuff on, ugh, it's going to be a delight to work with. Which is why, where this has become molten, I'm not super phased. Actually, it's going to be really helpful to have it like that. Because if I can just kind of plaster the stuff on, just slap it on there, you know, amazing. Maybe that would be a nicer way of doing things. Have it be quite liquid, and then just slap it on and smooth it up after the fact. That might actually be preferable. I don't mind that as a premise. I will sit on the idea. It might actually work out quite well. My main concern has been getting everything pretty even. I'm thinking, with the theming that I'm rolling with, is that even a major consideration? Potentially not. You know? It might not actually matter. Yeah, this one's particularly molten. Yeah, that's the only thing, is if it's too molten, it's sticky. So maybe I do go with plan A. Maybe that is how I do this. Right. Can I combine any of these balls together? Make an even bigger slab? I feel like I can. Yeah, I definitely can. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna mash these together. And again, I appreciate it's really unhelpful not having the visuals for this. I can't do much about that because none of the cables for my cameras will extend over here to be useful. So, yeah, it's just gonna kind of suck for a little bit, so just bear with me. I'm just smushing clay together. It's not an awful lot to see, in fairness. Yeah, if I was doing this without gloves, I would be crying. Gloves were a great decision. Okay. Alright. And another slightly bigger ball of stuff. Then I'm going to go combine the last two smaller balls into one bigger ball. And then I will have three fairly substantial balls of stuff. Okay. Let me see if I can do anything with this ball of stuff. Behold. Ball. Let me see if I can roll this out. Right, roll them out. Warm them up again. And then roll them out some more. And so on. Let me see if I can go lay this back in the thing, because now it's actually quite solid, which is less useful. If I go and obtain one of the other balls, and basically do the same thing. Ooh. That might be the strat. Then it needs to be longer anyway, so let's say I do that first. I'm sure anyone that works with pastry or is vaguely proficient in baking or bread making, etc., is going to be cringing their face off, and I apologize. I do neither of those things. I occasionally mess with clay, and that is it. That is the full extent. So if I'm making you cringe, I can only apologize. It was gonna happen. Right. Will this fit back in the slow cooker? Is my question. I'm gonna turn it back on, but on low. See what that does. Yeah, because that piece is then too big for the slow cooker, so I think I will just do those bit at a time. I just leave that there for now. Grab a hold of this and do the same sort of thing that I'd done with the first one. In fairness, having this crack in random places is actually going to help the aesthetic. So this could have been the biggest of big brain plays after all. Like the effect. And this is why I wanted to test the casting on foam as well, because if it doesn't work, then there's no point. As I am all about the aesthetic. It matters. Okay. So, how is this other piece looking? It's definitely warmer. I'm actually going to turn it up high again for a bit. I kind of don't want to go any thinner than that, in fairness. Really. So I still got to be able to get a lot of detail and stuff, so that actually seems fine. I'm okay with that as an end piece. This. I'm going to stick back in here for a minute. Try and warm a sucker up. I'm going to put some more shards into the slow cooker also. Tear some little bits up, whack them in here. All of these bits are really cold. Would have taken me a million years to warm them up to the extent that I needed to without using the slow cooker. So this was a smart decision. I should have just reached this conclusion slightly sooner than I did. I'm just stubborn. One of those. No, I'm determined to make this work. Yeah, okay, cool, eventually, but also, how much time do you waste? Just take the L, move on. Ah, I dropped a bit. Fine. Yeah, you can tell that the sun is no longer impacting the garage because I actually feel okay now. That's so rough. What's the time? Sort of 10 to 10-ish. Alright, I'll remember that. I'll remember that tomorrow. So I plan to be in here reasonably early on. And then as soon as the sun starts annoying me, I'll leave until about 10 o'clock and then I'll come back. That seems fair. And it'll change after tomorrow anyway, when the clocks change, so... You know. Don't know why I'm only now deciding I should try and commit these things to memory. You know, now that it's about to not matter. How warm are you? You're more warm than you were. Which is something, I guess. Still not quite warm enough to be useful. Oosh, that is spicy. I'd rather have this stood on something that isn't the top of the freezer. I got it on a plank of wood, but I'm worried about it messing with, you know, the freezer keeping itself cold. So there's nothing in here that I can leave it on that it wouldn't damage. You know? So my options are basically none anyway. So, oh well, I guess. I don't enjoy it a whole bunch, but it's probably fine. I just don't like it. I'm not going to have to fit many more shards in here with this big piece in here as well. So what I'll probably do is take this bit out. See what I can do with this. Probably not a whole bunch, in fairness. Basically, I want to try and make it slightly wider. This length is pretty useful, but width is currently not so useful. Also, it would help if I had like an actual rolling pin. I don't. I think this is functional enough. Right? Seems okay. I can probably get away with a little bit more. Probably. Okay, that's not bad. It's now like a solid slab, which just kind of proves my point about things getting cold. It's not terrible. That was the best one so far. On the plus side, it should mean they won't stick to each other. I just leave them in a little pile for now. Now, let me turn that back down to low again and stick some more shards in here. It might be kind of boring for a while, to be honest. It's just a bit of a grind until I have the material I need. Ah, screw it, I'll turn it up high again. I'm right here, it's fine. I can keep an eye on everything. I'm kind of hungry. Do I go deal with that? I can wait. I'll probably have lunch early again anyway. So, should be fine. Okay, well, a lot of these pieces can go in as they are, which saves me a little bit of time. A lot of these are already little shards. I'm getting near the bottom of this bag of stuff. That's where all the little pieces just kind of fall to. Which is handy. So I can just sprinkle them in here. Rather than having to tear up the big bits. I'm only really putting in, like, enough to cover the tin foil on the very bottom of this dish. If I put in too many, then what's on the bottom is going to heat up, what's on the top won't, and then you might burn some of it, and the rest of it is cold, and it's just inconsistent. Whereas if you only have, like, one layer, things tend to be easier to manage. So, you know, there's that. So I have a layer in there at the minute. So I'm just going to leave it to vibe for a second, to be honest. And in the meantime, I'm going to look at what I already have, which is not an awful lot. Can I maybe heat this one up? Probably. Let me try leaving this in here. If nothing else, it'll just, you know, warm it up a tad. So this is still, it's going to split. So this needs to be warm before I can do much with it as well. Oh, I've got a heat gun. I've got a heat gun. Okay. That is a big brain play, but I have nowhere to plug it in that is over here. So I'd have to move this over there. I can do it. I can do it. I'm not going to do it yet. Okay, that covers more than I thought it would, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But I will need to make it warmer before I do anything with it. But as things stand, it's an okay starting point. How warm are you now? Are you warm enough to do anything with? No. Okay. Not even slightly. Okay, I'm able to move some of these about a bit, which is a plus. It's still not quite toasty enough to be useful to me yet. But I can add more in now that those are warm. So let me put this sucker back for a second. And in the meantime, I'm going to add more stuff into my pot of nonsense. Because there are more little shards in here that I can just whack in immediately. This is just an actual ball, which is really unhelpful. Thanks, past me. I don't know what you thought I was going to do with that. One half is becoming more pliable. So I can make micro balls out of some of these. But that's kind of the best I can manage for the minute. They are not toasty enough as of yet. Not really. Yeah, you're pretty toasty. I could make another micro ball out of you. Okay. So I have another micro ball. That's something. What about the rest of these? Now, these are semi-ballable. Just make a little one of those. When I say micro ball, I'm talking like if you took a couple of normal sized meatballs and smushed them together, it would make one of these. So, yeah, they're not particularly big. But it's better than having nothing, I suppose. Okay. Right. I can probably fit some more shards in here now. I got a few shards. This is fine. Let me scatter some stuff around. Then in theory, I should be able to take the micro balls and smush them together. Almost. They're almost workable. One at the ends probably do it. Yeah, this is like actually molten. Awesome. Weesh, that's hot. Okay. Smush that with this one then for sure. Yes. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Progress. Progress is being made. It's just going to be too sticky to be used for anything for a bit. Oh, it's getting better, actually. It's getting better. I'm wondering. I get away with adding one more to this? Yeah, I'd say so. Just about. Leave this to warm up again for a while, though. This is now a fairly sizable mass of stuff. Okay. So I will leave this back in here. These are all looking pretty decent. How many of these can I actually mush? I just take a big handful. Most of them. Most of them are smushable. It's pretty good going. Some of them are way too hard still, but... Let me try and gather all of these together as well. That's another micro. I think I can bunch most of this together at this point, to be honest. Yeah, that's fine. It's toasty, but it's fine. I'll just leave it to warm up again. Not an issue. Hey, that's hot. Ouch. Ow. Danger. Okay. Should then be able to combine these two, which I can. With a little difficulty, but I can. Alright. I can leave that all in there. Combine this one with this one. And then I should have a bunch more to work with. Which will be nice. And then I do think heat gun will be the way to play this. I think that'll be the best strat. Alright. So that then gives me another ball to mess with. I'm going to dump a load more scraps in here while I'm playing about with those. This is just a straight up chunk. What on earth? Why am I like this? Could have at least pretended to be helpful. In fairness, it's quite warm, so I should be able to just leave a lot of these as they are anyway. Probably isn't actually going to matter a whole lot. Because this thing is toasty. I don't know why past me went for like the flimsiest, most painfully thin bag ever to keep all of these bits of clay in. Like, it's in a better bag around the terrible bag, but why I thought that was okay, I don't know. I actually don't know. Just keep tearing it. Close this again. There we go. Thought I'd be able to get some air while I'm doing this, but I don't think that's going to play out. Fine, the front of the garage is open anyway, so air exists. I'll be fine. Right. Can I do something with one of these suckers? I definitely can. Can I combine it with one of its friends? Maybe, actually. think I can. That is... Ow, ow, ow. Okay, yep, that's hot. Alright. I'm gonna knock that back down to low again. Because that is actually unreasonably warm. I should probably be a little more careful than I am being. I mean, it makes all of this very useful. Like, I can do something with this stuff now. But also, I need to not burn myself. So, you know. And at the minute, it's very sticky because it is that warm. It just kind of gets everywhere. Hence the gloves. Should start to simmer down in a second, in fairness. Yeah. Right. It's still a little spicy. Try and roll it out to some extent. Do that. Yeah, it's still a little sticky because it was warm. So, yeah. How on earth did I manage to click off of my stream manager? I didn't touch it. Right. That is good enough for the time being. Because I need to make sure there's enough stuff in the slow cooker to merge into more stuff. So I'm going to dump some more shards in here. Try and get rid of this crummy bag from in here. Yeah, I can get rid of that. It's just unhelpful. Okay. What am I then left with? Mostly shards, in fairness. Right. Right. This is just a solid ball, so I'm just going to dump it in as it is and hope that it warms up enough for me to separate it after the fact. Because I can't even access it right now. Just too solid. So instead, I shall obtain this softer ball that I made earlier. See if there are any bits that I can add to it. There should be. Yeah, it's loads. work all of this in together. Again, it's sticky, which is not the best, but it also is what it is. It will kind of just sort itself out eventually. Should have taped this down. That would have been really helpful. Right. What I think I'll do is go whack this in the slow cooker while I'm messing about with this bit. See what happens. That's pretty solid now. That's very solid. Right. Yeah, I definitely should have just taped this to the table. Oh well. Blah blah blah, live and learn, blah blah blah. No, I won't. Okay. So gonna have my torso topple on me at some point. Going to happen. Every time I slam the table, it wobbles. Menacingly. But I accept my fate. That is then another bit. This one is extremely rigid. Slightly ridiculous how stiff this is for how long it is. Don't take that out of context. That's probably fine. Let me see how much of this I can smush together. That's pretty molten, good grief. Okay, cool. Probably make some micro balls out of these. Just large meatballs. Just any... Oh, this is quite a bit softer, so I can dismantle this now. Which is nice. This was just a solid ball. It's been softened enough that I can actually get in there and tear bits off. It was difficult, but it's doable, so it's fine. I can combine a bunch of this together. This is fine. Very toasty, but it's fine. What I'm hoping to be able to do here is kind of gather up. Ouch. Yep, that's very hot. Kind of gather up what's left and then leave the pieces I've rolled out to kind of re-soften with the intent of laying them on top of what I have on the mannequin currently. That's the ideal. Good grief, this is just so sticky. My god. Probably afford to turn it off for a minute, in fairness. We'll do that for a second. I don't think it needs to be on currently. It's getting hard to retrieve everything that's left in here because it's literally in a puddle. Ouch. Yep, that's very hot. Ay, 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 why did I think this was a good idea? Ooh, ow, ooh, ow, hot potato, hot potato. Danger, danger. Oh, in the meantime, just gonna go ahead and rest one of these pieces in here. Oish, that is painfully warm. Ah, I am a fool. But what's new? We go. Ah, pulls it off. I think this might be the way to play this, is to sausage it out first, then roll it. Again, I definitely should have taped this in place, because this is going to get really irritating. Let me deal with that in a minute, to be honest. Half that, to be honest. Half that, and then roll it out from there, I reckon. I think that's going to be the better bet. That's going to cover more ground, if nothing else. Because then I can roll it out from there. Everything just gets stuck and be irritating because I refuse to do the sensible thing and tape this thing to the desk. I just keep talking about it instead. That's helpful. Okay, no, but this is definitely the strat, though. Okay. This is definitely the strat. So it was sausage first, then roll it out thick, and then lang after the fact. Right. I'm irritated with this. So I'm going to attempt to tape bloody thing to my desk and see if I am any less pained. Hoping it's at least slightly better than it was. Not expecting miracles, just something that's not as painful, please. Please just be slightly less annoying. That's all I ask. So, thinking might be a strat to approach this by taking this whilst it's still kind of sort of toasty and faffing with it. But how to keep it on here, I do not know. I think this is the part where I take it off of this. And I just kind of do that. My thinking here is if I heat it up, will it just melt over this? Because maybe. I think whatever way you spin it, it's going to start off a mess. You know what? That's okay. I'm not super butthurt about that. I think I can move it further down. Other more. Yeah. Yeah, I think this might be the play, actually. Eagerly with less scuffed gloves, though. That's all. Okay, but it works. It does work. I think it is just because the gloves are a mess. That is definitely the strat. Yeah, that is definitely the strat. Literally just icing a cake. That works quite well. Better than I expected it to work, so, you know, I'll take that. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, now I know. It goes up here. You can kind of just find where the line is, which is pretty nice. Okay. That then goes all the way up there. So I can cut it after the fact, that's whatever. But I want to get most of it in where it's supposed to be. Okay. You can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm reluctant to touch my webcams while my hands are covered in crud. So I will move things around when I change my gloves imminently. I think this is definitely the strategy. Okay. Then I have another real soft bit I can tear a piece off of and put up here somewhere. Fill in this gap. Take off the molten bit. Just plug this. Attempt to plug this. Yeah. And just smush it. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that works out pretty well. As far as covering the basic shape, it's actually pretty effective. Definitely needs to go on warm. Definitely needs to go on warm. That is the play. But I'm able to see the outline of the shape from this. Pretty dang helpful. Okay. So what I think I can do with these then is think if I leave these as little balls in the slow cooker, I reckon I can use the exact same technique that I just employed to make the other side. This is very warm. Good grief. Yeah, I could not be doing this in the summer, to be honest. Would have been a terrible idea. Okay. I then have another molten bit. Again, the gloves being messy is actually a massive hindrance. This would not be a problem if they were not a mess. And at the minute, I want to have one kind of definitely in place before I faff with any of the others. So, I'm going to leave this to one side for a second. I'm going to really just kind of ram all of this in. Messy gloves are not helping. Okay. So, with that in mind, I reckon I need to get rid of these, and this is why I wear gloves. Good grief. If that was just on my hands, I would be so boned. Right. Ugh. Get rid of those. Nice clean hands. Absolutely huge. Now. Is that any better? Only maybe slightly. Yeah, kick that back a little bit more. And then that. Yes. This. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna roll with maybe for now. I think. So I need to try and have all of this stay in place. I think I can do that with pins. I think that's what I can do. I don't know whether I have any berry pins out here. But if not, I can probably just use nails, to be honest. Be sure I've put all the berry pins back in the sewing kit. Oh well, nails exist. My thinking being... I can probably secure these at least-ish. Yes, good. So I'm just pinning all of this on. So it's just a little less likely to wander off. If it's too heavy, it will still just slide off of the nails, but, you know, it's better than not having anything there. These are all at different sizes. Oh well. Oh hum. Too big. That was wishful thinking. This one will be fine now. Yeah, this one's fine. And then in theory, that will just stop this from sliding straight off as soon as I try and put it upright. Because I will have to try and put it upright at some point. So, yeah. This is just hopefully taking some of the pressure off. So it's a little less likely to just slide away. So I'm very conscious of the weight of things. In theory, I ought to be able to finesse a little bit of this. So there's that line. Fair play. Where does that come up to here, I think? Yeah. And I'm just treating it like literally icing a cake. Only with a lot more added faff. To start with, I'm just using my fingies, because why not? But I will come in here with a tool of some descript to actually try and do this vaguely evenly and kind of, you know, properly. But if I can just find all of the definite edges first, this piece seems really solid for no reason. Yeah, that bit is no good to me. That's where my ball of soft clay comes in. I can plug the gap. Right. Now, what clay tools do I have? That one seems pretty okay. Not quite. This one? No. Kind of want the pointy one. That's going to be very useful. Do I not have the pointy one readily available? Fine, I'll just use the end of this. That's better. That's much better. Okay. Okay. Don't know how visible any of this is, and I apologize. I'm just trying to push the edges in so that I can clearly define where everything actually sits. The best way I have found so far to do that is with the end of a clay tool. And I can then finesse it after the fact. I'm thinking I may have to sculpt these one at a time so that I can lay it down flat-ish when I'm molding it without worrying about crushing the other side. Which, you know, is just an added complication. Who doesn't love that? Okay. But that appears to be fairly accurate to where all of this wants to sit. I'm reluctant to drag anything along this, because then you end up with those annoying tears in it, because it's cold. So, yeah. I'm just going to push stuff rather than drag anything, really. So that works way nicer. Alright, fine. Screw me, I guess. Gee. Yeah, that's way nicer. Bloody hell. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to, like, sculpt these bit at a time. Jeez. That's just time consuming. Just time consuming and kind of annoying because of it. It makes me nervous because it also means I'm gonna struggle to do things evenly because I can't do them at the same time, which is how I would prefer to do things. Then I can kind of adjust each side and make them consistent with the other. Because one side's always easier to do than the other. So that is bothering me. That looks really nice along that one edge. Great if I could just, you know, do exactly the same thing for the rest of these. Horrible feeling. It's not going to be the case. That line looks great. That line makes me happy. So I wonder, if I do it this way up, And I then get a nicer line up here also. Thinking I might be able to. Yeah, definitely can. Okay. I'm gonna have to roll some of this down over that edge. Fix it. Which is no biggie, really. I do it like this. Nice. And I quite like having all the tool marks on it. And like the random scratches and scrapes. It kinda adds to what I wanted out of this. So I'm inclined to keep it like that, really. In fairness, this very top edge shouldn't even be seen, but I am nothing if not a perfectionist. Okay, that's an easier angle. And this is why I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to do it one side at a time. So I want to be able to move things around. Yeah, this actually is working better than I had thought it would. So that's a massive relief. I think I can take it from this angle, and that might help me a bit. Okay. This ain't bad. I don't hate this. Again, I need to get over myself with this top edge. Except no one's going to see it. Move on with your life. I can sand it afterward anyway. Who cares? I mean, I could, but also kind of wanted to cast it. Be stony anyway, so actually, none of it's going to matter. There's a shocker. Okay, but on the plus side, I now have a definite strategy for this. So I've learned a lot. Let's try and smush that. Try and smush this also. Well, it's getting there. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Things getting stuck on various. Yeah, okay. And we have managed to lose a couple of nails as well. No, they're still in here, they're just not in the thing. Which is not particularly surprising, realistically. Come here, you. Come on. Come on. Bastard. You know what? Don't. Just stay in there, but go back from whence you came. Whatever. Right. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Was that things were going to get stuck in annoying, inconvenient places. That's fine, because I kind of preempted it, really. So I am neither surprised nor fazed. I should just be able to work with it. Let's take a tiny bit and plug this gap. Hello, how's it going? What are you working on? I am working on a sculpt for an armor set. Because I had originally planned to make it out of foam, but I would get way too warm, so thought, okay, fine, I'll just mold it and cast it instead. So now, you know, suffering. But, all in good fun. Or should be. Just took me a while to reach this conclusion. Was kind of hoping that I'd be able to sort of mold and cast everything from a foam sketch model. But no. I mean, yes, but it's just a lot of extra tidy up that I can avoid by doing things this way. So, yeah. Now I'm just doing this instead. Which is kind of what I wanted to do to begin with anyway. So I'm not super bothered that it worked out this way. It's now just trying to figure out the best way of approaching everything and how much certain things are going to matter and what order to do things in and yada yada yada. So I'm probably going to be here for a while. Just in general, not like necessarily exclusively today, but you know, in general. I suppose that's one way to spend a Saturday. Pretty standard for me, I suppose. Hope you're having a good weekend. It is Saturday, right? It definitely is. So I do lose track of the days. My schedule's very, very weird. I'm fairly confident it's Saturday today. Right, that's better than it was. kind of like the rough hewn look to this. I'm not super adverse to it. Okay. Yeah, that's fixable. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing is going to be interesting. Good grief. That's better. Okay. There's going to be a lot of finessing with this, but that's fine. I'd rather finesse it now than carve everything into it and decide later I hate the basic shape of it. Fairness, I do have one of these. I'd rather not hack away at stuff if I've actually got a pretty good outline that I can follow anyway. Kinda not a lot of point, to my mind. This is going to be a fairly sizable gap to try and plug. That's alright. In fairness, I can probably keep everything fairly even if I'm doing it this way, because I can use exactly the same piece that's under here for the other side. I just mark where the other one is currently, and then align everything after the fact. Really, it may end up slightly better. As much as I'm annoyed that I can't do them both at once, that is always the preferred. It's something I've never understood, like, when people are doing their eye makeup and they do, like, an entire eye and then go do the other one. Like, I don't get that. I have to do, like, bits of things at a time so that I'm matching everything properly. Duly noted. This has to be straight. I could do that. Build on top of there. It's just become a rock. Okay. Should have seen that coming, really. I'll just leave it chilling in the slow cooker for a while. Okay. So I need to have this come in straight. It goes up at an angle, yes, but it's supposed to then... Ooh, deja vu. That was strange. Like, literally to this exact scenario. So that's a little freakish. Okay, cool. That's fine. Definitely haven't done this before, but apparently, my head, I have. At some point, somehow. Needs to be in there like that. There we go, that's better. Okay. That's the only trouble with this, is because it's not solid base that I'm sculpting on top of. It's gonna warp. That's gonna get really annoying. That's gonna be hidden anyway, so that's whatever, really. Right. So I think I'm gonna have to start being kind of sensible with this, because it's going to flex. And then it's going to suck. So, can I just cut into here? Why is this here? Does it extend down even further? Because it shouldn't. This is quite clearly this. Shouldn't be an issue. And yet, for some reason, it is. Maybe I just... Maybe I can take it out from under there. Everything else seems to work fine. Or fine enough, I suppose. It's just because everything flexes, it's going to be a nightmare. Okay. Yeah, as soon as it starts drying out, hates its life. Which makes sense, really. But then it becomes a problem. It means that I have to keep warming it up again. I have a heat gun. I can do it. It's going to be a nuisance. I need to get rid of this bit that's in here, really. Because this is going to screw with the rest of this. But then I kind of need to not do that. Okay. Right. I think because it's drying out, it's becoming a problem. So I think I need to heat gun it. That's what I think. So, where is my heat gun? It's here. I think that is the sensible way of doing this. So, let me plug this in over here. And then drag this over there and then bring it back. In a definitely not precarious fashion. Warmed thing. So in theory, I should be able to sculpt it again without having to panic. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. I know that when it gets difficult to handle, I just wander over, use a heat gun, and come back again. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to try and cast. Good grief. This is doomed to suck. Just because of the flex, this is doomed to suck. Okay. Right. That's still fine. This is a problem. So, what I think I'm going to do is fill in this gap. With some more stuff. I think the best way of doing that is to heat up a little bit of one of my slabs. Better, but not. That ought to be sufficient. Okay, I should have used the heat gun way sooner, because good grief. That is an actual game changer. Right. I want to fill in this bit. But have it in straight. Better, closer, warmer. Yeah, I think a heat gun is going to be a key tool when it comes to the success of this entire endeavor. Yeah, the fact that this is all built on a soft surface is what is causing problems here, for sure, no doubt. And I accept the L, frankly. That is on me. Getting better. Definitely better. Kind of want to warm it up again before I try and add any other bits to it. So, let me put the lid on this pot of nails because I don't trust that for half a second. I'm going to go carry it over here, warm it up, and then bring it back to then do more stuff. I think that is the strategy. Right. Let's do this again. Can I even this out at all? Probably can now. I need to be bigger than that. Fine. Main thing is, I want to try and fill a gap in here. Shove that in there. And drag that in along there. And then smooth that out along there. I feel like I'm going to spend a very long time finessing things. Which makes me wonder if the way to play this is to cast the basic shapes and then engrave things after the fact. But then that's no. I have to do the whole thing in a one-er. Definitely. I definitely do. It is the best way of approaching this. For sure. I know it is. I just feel like I'm going to be here for a really long time trying to make things nice. I suppose, really, when it comes to edges and stuff, I can just kind of sand those after the fact anyway. Not really the end of the world. Again, I quite like the sculpted look on this. Like, that's not really a problem for me. I kind of want it to be sort of rough hewn and a little bit sketch. I reckon if I can get this done and then halve it and then leave it, I'd wager when I come back to it, I can see whether there's anything I want to do to finesse it, etc. And then I think that would be the smartest way of approaching it. Right. So I want to plug this gap. It's still too soft. Soft, too hard. The opposite. The opposite of the thing I said is what I mean. Yeah. Heat gun OP. The issue I've got with this whole thing is that I can't really push into anything to make solid lines, etc. Because there is no hard surface. So I kind of just have to smush stuff on top and hope for the best. Right. So what I'm thinking is if I've smushed enough on here, I can take this along and smooth it off like this. It's good. Okay. I think that's going to be the way to play this. Then I also really like the kind of smushed effect. Again, it's the rough-hewn, kind of imperfect nature of things that is appealing to me. Which is so the opposite of what I usually am. I just think aesthetically it makes sense for this. We'll see. I'll do things properly and see whether I think it's still appropriate. I'm feeling like it's going to be too proper. But I'm not feeling that for this. So I think I'll try it, expecting to hate it and change my mind. Getting a running theme going at this point. But oh well. So many annoying little fragments that are going to get in the way. That's the best way of getting clean lines. But do I want clean lines? Ah. Don't know. Ah. So if I do, then great. But I feel like I don't. I think maybe if I start clean, and if I want to kind of rough it up later, then fine, I'll just do that. Let's start with, I should really try and make it. God, but it leaves so many tiny shards, and that's just really annoying. So I'm not just going to leave them. But also, I kind of just want to go for it, so whatever. Make it a future me problem. Not exactly a new concept. I think this is going to be the best way of getting a nice surface. Thinking if I do this and then heat gun it, see where I'm at. It then gets quite nice into the middle here. So I'm less phased by that. I think it's mostly this bit in here that is just an actual mess. An actual mess that does not add up. But at least if I'm doing them one at a time, I can kind of angle this so that I can see the difference. That to me seems way better. Okay. then that bit needs to be filled before I can cut it back, which is a bit annoying. It could be worse. That's... Then I've got nothing to carve into is the problem. That's okay. Okay. That's better. See, this is way nicer. I still have to decide aesthetically whether I want to rough it up after the fact, but as far as getting the correct shape, this is a much nicer way of going about it. Ooh, I could be really big brain about this whole thing. Could I? No. No, I can't. Never mind. Never mind. I thought I had an idea that was really smart, and it was really dumb. So I'm gonna pretend that there was never anything there to begin with. And just move on. Getting pretty hungry. But I know that if I stop and have lunch, that'll be it. I know how this works. I've been awake since 1 in the morning. I will have lunch, and then I will be too tired. So I'm reluctant, to be honest. I need to add some more bits on before I can carve any more off. So let me just take this off from around here. Yeah, then tears into that. Again, that needs more added before I can take any more away. That's fine. Okay. There's definitely the better way of getting the right basic shape in. as far as adding more stuff, it's going to have to be warmed up again. So, yeah. Okay. Nope, don't do that. Please, please don't do that. That's the only danger. When it gets cold, it becomes easier to accidentally rip chunks out of it. So, I think the sensible thing will be to heat gun it again. See where that leaves me. Warm up some more of the extra chunks. And then smush some more on here because it definitely needs more. Definitely needs more. Especially up here. And in here. That's why I wanted to use this, because then it kind of exposes the areas that actually need more work. I also need to take this in more. That's better. Straighten that out. Okay. I can collect all of the tiny shards into the slow cooker anyway, so that's no biggie. I'm gonna heat gun this first. Be nice if the heat gun extended to reach over here, but it does not. So, oh well. They're all holding pretty well, so I kind of don't want to lose those. I think I heat gun it again. I even get this one? I can, okay. Yeah, heat gun it again. And then fill in the areas that need filling. And then rake the rest. I kind of don't want to leave this until I have a more definite, at least, base. Right. That has then been gunned. What I will then do is gun some more scraps. That is then super soft, pliable. Just ram a chunk in here and smooth it over. Nice. More in here. Gotta whack some more up here as well. That's gonna be hard to do. Again, deja vu. I swear I've been here before. I'm just thinking about like, oh, if I heated that up, it would be easier to smush it in the thing and yada yada. Like, I swear I have done this before, but I have not, and I know I haven't. So, actually horrifying. Cooling off way too quickly to do anything with it. Super annoying. Yeah, it's just ice cold now. Wildly frustrating. Again, wouldn't matter if the thing it was on was solid, but it isn't. So, it does matter. It matters a lot. It's way too, it's not soft enough. So I'm gonna have to go and heat gun it again. It'd be so much easier if I just worked on it over here. But setups, etc. Nothing. Slightly better. Right. Let me try and smush this now. Okay, that's better. I'm just going to have to try and organize it next time I approach all of this so that I have the heat gun plugged in literally next to me. Because I'm going to have to use it constantly to get this to go right. But at least I know. At least I've developed a strategy. But it's going to be a requirement. No doubt. 110%. Now it's already cooled off too much. And I'll start accidentally dragging bits away again if I'm too persistent. So I shall just leave that for a second and instead smush some of this. So, okay. Better, but it is going to require just constant heat gunning. And it is basically midday, so... I do have other obligations for the day. And I know me, and if I try and push through, I'm gonna end up rushing it and wrecking it and being livid. So I'm inclined to not do that, and to instead take a little time out to think about it. So I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing now. I've got all the clay sort of rolled out into thinner bits, so it'll be easy to heat everything up. So that's not a worry. And as I say, if I know now the heat gun is the way to go, slow cooker was great for a whole batch of stuff, but if I've got thin bits, just heat gun it. Wrap it round. Should be an awful lot quicker when I come back to approach more of this. So, realistically, shouldn't be an issue. And I don't have the gym tomorrow, so I can just get in here and get on with it early. So yeah, I think that's how I do this, to be honest. Plus, if I leave this here, I can see how it settles, how badly it cracks. I'm expecting it to be pretty bad, to be honest. But I can wait and see. And then I'll know when it comes to carving stuff whether I'm gonna have to do it to carve and cast everything literally on the same day. I probably will. And that's something else that's worth knowing. But yeah, I should probably call it for now. And I can come back to it tomorrow. Sort out where I'm plugging in the heat gun so that it's actually helpful. And yeah, feel like that makes more sense. On the plus side, I've learned a lot of things today. I've learned that you can silicon mold EVA foam, but you probably shouldn't. Like the result is not nice. So I suppose it depends what it's for, but for the most part, probably just don't really. Um, also learned that sculpting on top of a soft base is not great. And I'm expecting this whole thing to crack by the time I get back to it tomorrow. But something yada yada, live and learn, etc. I know I say it every time, but on this one occasion, it's actually kind of true. I don't know though. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I could just, just actually finesse the thing and then come back to it tomorrow and carve it and, be happy. And I might do that anyway, to be fair. It's not terrible. But then am I just saying that because I want to get on with it? I don't think I've ever called it quits on something for a day and then come back the next day and gone, oh man, I'm so gutted that I stopped. But I feel like I need to heed that, really. I'm fairly okay with that, to be honest. So what I might do, I just move things off a little bit. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, kind of okay with that. And it's so imperfect. But then isn't that the point? Kind of how I want this to look. Otherwise, I'd approach it differently. I want it to look more organic. Don't think I mind. Okay. Let's say, out of interest, let's say I were to call it at something akin to that. Is there anything I can do to smooth this off? I feel like there is. Ugh, of course. Of course you have ridges. Why wouldn't you? I'll be something. No, you're no good. Come on. I know exactly what I'm thinking of. Yes. Perfect. Actually perfect. It's just like a little plasterers thing. That's exactly what I was thinking of. I feel like this will work better when it's warm. It's more friggin' cake decorating tools, essentially. Basically what this is. I think that's the way to play this. I know this is kind of working. Kind of working better than I thought it would. Honest. This is pretty effective. It's this front bit that I don't enjoy. Need everything to fall back in line, please. Because once I'm happy with this, I'm kind of just going to go for it, really. Would definitely have been the easy option. Oh well. This is way better in the long run. And realistically, I've got the time to put in the extra work, so I would rather. I want to make sure this is all fairly even. at the minute, it ain't. That's messing with me a bit. I then fill that gap. I think that's how that's gonna work. Yeah, this thing is actually perfect. What a stroke of luck. Uh, mm, that was an old trick I learned in school. Metal ruler. Just yeet. And you will find all of your high points and your low points. This is what I was talking about whether I'm worrying too much. It was this. This is what I meant. I think as long as it's fairly consistent, I'm not super pressed about it. The only thing I'm worried about is this not staying where it should. This front bit is pretty set. That's fine. Yeah, this has worked out much better than it had any right to, really. Okay, I definitely need to call it, go have lunch, go see to my other obligations for the day. And then when I come back tomorrow, I can be all friggin' excited to contend with this because I actually have a plan. So I went into today literally not knowing what I was going to end up doing. But now I do. And that's kind of exciting. Need to fill this in. Right, let me try and collect some of the little scrappy bits. So I can whack them in the slow cooker. Okay. Do I heat up a little bit just to fill in this gap? The danger of that is I'll then be happy enough to start carving things, and I shouldn't do that. It's not a thing that I should be doing yet. I need to make sure this is where I want it to be. So, no, I'm going to call this here for now because I've been going for basically 5 hours, which is pretty typical of me, to be honest. Just a solid 5 hours, as you do. But I now have a plan. I know how I'm going to approach all of this. I have a heat gun and a slow cooker. So, you know, what more could you want, really? I'm just going to leave this where it lay. Take off of there for now. Leave that as it is. Contend with all of this, I guess. But anyway, as I say, I've been going for actually pretty much bang on 5 hours. So, yeah, I think that is a reasonable amount of time spent on a thing in a day. So, you know, there we go, 5 hours, epic. Good for me. So, yeah, I know what I want to do with this now, which is massive. So, I will approach this again tomorrow morning, see where I'm at with it, see if I'm okay with the way things have turned out. Because in fairness, I can sand stuff after the fact. Like, that's not a big deal, especially not if I've got some fairly decent grooves where everything's been engraved. But for now, I'm going to call it here. See if I can double a load of this into the slow cooker and have that be a tomorrow me problem. And yeah, I'll be back earlier in the morning so that I can actually do stuff while it's dark. Way more productive first thing. But in order to facilitate that, I need to get to bed earlier, which means I need to do all the other stuff in a day earlier. So, yeah. I just need to get my shit together, to be honest. Stop stalling, get my shit together, yada yada. So, that is going to be that for now. And I will be back on this properly tomorrow. And it's actually fairly exciting, to be honest. So, yeah, pretty hype. And I will catch you guys on the flip side to contend with all of that. My knees. Jeez. 28 going on 50. Anyways, in a bit.